racing. That 2, Justin Azteca, was off slowly, missed it by a couple. Up top, Army Kid comes out firing. 86 Chevy revs up, and the favorite Sensicles to the inside, creeping up on said 2, joined by Blue Jay Way. That's the 4, 2.5 out of it. Then it's Justin Azteca, about a length clear from the trailer. Color Me Legendary, and 6 are covered by 6, and they have 3.5 to go. And now we have 3 astern into the turn. Army Kid leads it, trying to run away. Inside Sensicle. Sensicle is within a half. Outside of that, 86 Chevy. Blue Jay Way, 3 out of it. Behind them, Justin Azteca. Then it's Color Me Legendary, tailing off 10 out of it, round about the quarter pole. And at 2.5 to 1, Army Kid shows the way. That favorite Sensicle right next to the rail. Now shifting to the outside of Army Kid, but Army Kid runs away by 2.5. After that, we have Sensicle. That's it for 86 Chevy. Down to the final 110. Army Kid trying to go gate to wire. Here's the favorite, Sensicle. Sensicle saved the best for last and wins. Racing put a Q around the start. It was perfect. Handsome Harry and Brian Pena right to the lead. Inside, Grunder is attempting to show some speed to the inside of Harry, and outside of that is Big Pete. Handsome Harry won. After that, Dog to the inside of Infinite Moro. Then we come to Swamp Drainer. Swamp Drainer is in the clear and about 8 lengths out of it. Franz is at the tail. Up the barn side, fair pace. Handsome Harry's looking to win 2 in a row, leads it by half. In second is Big Pete by a length and a. After that, Grunder. Now Grunder is joined by a couple to the outside. Dog between them. Infinite Moro, 4 out of it and wide. Then we come back to Swamp Drainer, and Franz at 2 to 1 is last and 13 lengths behind Harry. Handsome Harry threatening to run away. Handsome Harry nearly 2. Swamp Drainer, check that. Big Pete is shoved on hard. Then it's Grunder. After that, Infinite Moro, 5 wide to the outside of Dog. Franz is running on from behind, putting Swamp Drainer in last, and Handsome Harry is in first, cruising along. Handsome Harry, spotless cap to boot, 5. Big Pete still second. After that, Infinite Moro to the outside of Dog, and Franz is running on rather fast, but still about 10 out of it, and Handsome Harry just skips along on the sloppy mane. Handsome Harry running up the score to win 2 in a row. Harry, handsome indeed. Big Pete held second. Franz last to third. And they're racing. Slow beginning for the firster. Cat with class. Great beginning for riding solos. Trying to ride solo on the lead. But Carpe Gold says no. And Carpe Gold at 9 to 1 runs away by 2. Then it's Kirill the Thrill running by riding solo to take second. After that, Last Stand. Rider has the green helmet cover advancing to the outside. Then it's Straight from the Deuce, about 5 out of it, and joined by Legacy in the Making. A mile behind that to West Dakota, and even farther back to Cat with Class. They're well strung out, and they're approaching the top of the stretch. Here's Last Stand from 4th right up to the lead at 5 to 1. Last Stand gallops by Kirill the Thrill and Carpe Gold, and they are far clear from Riding Solo, who just checked about 8 out of it, and Last Stand is trying to be first home. Last Stand skipping along with a 5-length lead. Outside, straight from the deuce. Ooh, riding solo just checked badly again. Rough trip for the favorite. Last stand from straight from the deuce. And last stand pulls a minor upset in race 3. 5-1-8. Racing. Unplucked Gem pops out of the gate fast at 19-1, and as the sun emerges, Unplucked Gem is trying to run away from the field, and the pace is dawdling. Warrior's Moon from the outside barrier gets down to the 3-path and has joined this long shot speedster. So they head around the first turn with 3/4 of a mile to go, and 3 and 10 travel in perfect harmony. Right behind them, Hurricane Hunter, then it's Golden Gopher. The next pair, Gypsy Wife to the outside of Iratsu. The one in last is Fat and Furious. The runners are covered by about 7 lengths, and they have 4.5 furlongs to travel. Warrior's Moon and Eddie G1. Inside of that, Golden Gopher, Gypsy Wife, along with Fat and Furious making moves. Also in there is Hurricane Hunter. Meanwhile, Unplucked Gem outbroke the field, but now is about 6 out of it, heading the wrong way, and Irazu is 10 out of it, and a crush of equine athletes are skirmishing. Midway through the turn, they approach the top of the stretch, and something has to give. Golden Gopher to the inside, Warrior's Moon between them, and outside of that is Hurricane Hunter. Pena's all over that one. Gypsy Wife languishing a tad, about 4 out of it, and to the inside of Fat and Furious, and they're coming home now. It is Hurricane Hunter, widest of the 3. Warrior's Moon fights on. Likewise for Golden Gopher, but Hurricane Hunter goes to swirling at the perfect time, and Hurricane Hunter and Brian Pena win it running away. 6-10-2 in race 4. Race 5, and they're racing, and speeding out of the gate is Happy Hour Bobby with intoxicatingly good early speed. Happy Hour Bobby puts 1.5 on Passion of Joe's, who takes up the running in second to the outside of JJ's Wildcat. I Wish I Could also in that clump. Wind Trip poised about 4 out of it, but wide. 2.5 clear from Cinco El Sovereign, joined by Hangin' Tough, who's trying to win 2 in a row. And then last is Schleicher. That rider's looking for 3. 10 covers them round about the quarter pole. Happy Hour Bobby trying to put a Q around race 5. Happy Hour Bobby, Passion of Joe's, JJ's Wildcat to the inside. Then it's I Wish I Could. Wind Trip with every opportunity behind that one, Hanging Tough. Chasing Happy Hour Bobby at 9-5. Here comes Wind Trip looking to win it all. Wind Trip cuts the lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes to victory. racing. Bayou Colonel started in last, and starting in first is Bodenheimer with good speed off the layoff. 21 and change, firing likewise for Plain Talk, and those three go like the wind, and they've opened up 9 on Bayou Colonel, who finds his feet. After that, the white horse, Mr. Chairman, and the one in last is Angels Magic. 13 covers them, and they approach the top of the stretch. The gray is Plain Talk, pulling them along by a neck. 21 and change right there. Bodenheimer back in third, 4 out of it, and about 7 clear from Bayou Colonel. After that, Angels Magic and Mr. Chairman, and they're coming home now. Plain Talk looking to soar away. Plain Talk opens up 1.5, 21 and change to the outside. Bayou Colonel is finishing fast, but it's going to be too late because Plain Talk at 6-5 is gone. 5 and a photo. And there they go, and they've broken a line. Turning Point flies out of the gate with PJ Dynasty and Mystic Coronitas between them. Far outside, snowing confetti, all those problems right to the winner's circle at here they are. And there they go. Another great beginning. My owner's broken. Fellow Gray. Penner Ash comes out nicely. It's Polgarcitos Moonin going into second. It is 1 and 2 to the line together. Tight. Looks like that deuce. Looks like the deuce, but it's very. All right, and they're racing. Streaking Quartz comes streaking out of the gate quickly. So does Saturday Night Gamble. Outside of that, Relentless Mini. And on the far outside, he's coming in hot. Relentless Mini, just in the nick of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Miss Lucia Weinhandel leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're under mostly sunny skies. The main track is fast and the turf course is firm. If you get your programs open, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 9-race card. Race 1 starts that 50-cent first 5 pick 5 with an industry low 10% takeout. And the first 2 races, including the lid lifter, have no changes. Races 1 and 2 are free and clear. Onward to the third, where we scratch number 7, All About Me. Jockey change on the 5, Wins. Make the jockey Kelsey Haar. Kelsey Haar on the 5, scratch the 7 in race 3. Races 4 and 5 offer no changes. No changes in the 4th and 5th. Race 6, take out the 9, Spoiled Brat. Race 6, take out 9. Races 7 and 8 offer no changes. The 7th and 8th are free and clear with no changes. And in race number 9, take out the 7, Wings from Above. Fast and firm on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. 9 races ready to roll. Right now we head to the TV studio with everything important here at Canterbury Park. Track announcer Paul Allen and Mr. Jeff Bidet.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Here we are in the First Bet studio. I'm Jeff Bidet, our beloved race announcer Paul Allen.
Our beloved Jeff Bidet.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
We went through the changes. We are fast. We are firm. Big night of racing tonight. Let's talk about some things that are going on, though, before we get into a little bit about the card. Cocktail Carnival, one of the segments of the Taste of Canterbury, which has been extremely successful, takes place in the Triple Crown Club. And tonight's is pretty exotic. I don't know if you've looked at the lineup, the menu.
Well, I haven't looked at the menu, and I haven't been into the to the area, which we will somehow, infiltrate at some point, just to check on things, see how they're going. But I rode the elevator up from track to press box with some of the amenities that are being included, and whoa, that's worth the price of admission. The salsas and the soups and everything that I saw, that looks good.
Absolutely. Alligator is on the menu. Fried alligator,
like chicken,
Nashville, Tennessee sliders, plenty of drinks. So if you're interested, you're already in the building, you've paid your admission, that will be discounted from the price to get in. Just go up to third level, Triple Crown Club, check in there.
Sweet.
and give it a look. These have been very successful. Then tomorrow, something else that I was a doubter. I didn't think unicorns existed. We found out a few years ago they do, and they continue to race here at Canterbury along with the llamas.
Right. It's a fan favorite, specifically those with little children. So therefore, if that is you, great, come back. We start at 1. If it's not you, tell people. Because these unicorns, I mean, they're supernatural. They're part of the spiritual realm, and the opportunity to actually get your hands on them and see them, it's fleeting. So don't miss it.
It is fun. It's a fun day at the races. Next Saturday, a week from today, a special night of racing, Made in Minnesota night with the Minnesota Oaks and the Minnesota Derby. Pair that with a beer festival, and there's nothing better to do in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. The beer festival always provides a very lively crowd, but the racing next week, period, like beginning on Thursday at 5 o'clock, it may be really sweet if we can get some kind of a carryover tonight into Thursday, because we have some big ones on Thursday, and then you get into this. That's phenomenal.
Absolutely. A week after Made in Minnesota is the Leg Up Night. And that's a night where we raise funds for the Leg Up Fund, which helps injured jockeys, injured exercise riders, and does some other benevolence programs on the backstretch. So an important night. You've got a chance to contribute yourself. And, in fact, we've got a generous donor that will match your cash contribution. So you can find donation boxes on all 3 levels of the race.
Are the jerseys and everything down there now, is that part of Leg Up?
No, I don't know.
Or is that a separate bit? Because we have a leg up table like between the info center and the gift shop, and that's generally there every day. Former jockey Patrick Conchari, nice enough to volunteer his time for injured and or disabled riders. So this right here, this is a big one.
It is. We had, speaking of big ones, a concert last night, 38 special.
Did you hold on loosely?
I did, and I was rocking into the night as well, Paul. So
that's great.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
we got another
I'm just all caught up in you, little Jeff.
Craig Morgan, August 16th. Tickets are still available.
Craig Morgan.
I'm not familiar with him. I'm not big into
Well, he did Tennessee whiskey. No, he Freebird.
Yeah.
Kiss on my list?
I'm not sure what. Yeah, we don't know, but I know
we can learn from some Winter Circle game undoubtedly this evening, right?
Absolutely. They'll be giving tickets away, so try to get involved in that. But it's a great concert venue, though. Whether you like 38 Special or not, the acoustics were fantastic, and they put on a good show. Not really my thing,
right?
But I checked it out for a little bit, and it was.
Yeah.
It was
well,
really
I've been to a few of those this year, and I wasn't at this one, but nevertheless, it's what a wonderful Friday night, because it's not concert expensive, and so I don't exactly know what it costs to get in certain places, but it's affordable. Nights are beautiful. It's Minnesota, so therefore you're counting down the days, given it's August. You're already thinking about the state fair and what cabin you're going to find Labor Day weekend if you're not here for Bark in the Park. And then the kids go back to school. So you have to capitalize on Greg Morgan. Joey Gatto, I believe it is. Joey Gatto is going to be here. And these are really, really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great venue. So check it out, CanterburyPark.com. Now, on to the thoroughbred trainer and jockey standings.
What we got?
5 back still. Luis Fuentes still on the lead.
Yeah, Luis got hot, though. I'm not saying he wasn't hot. You get close or whatever. It's a cyclical game. But Luis Fuentes has been our leading rider, wire to wire, or gate to this point so far, trying to go gate to wire. That's tight. I mean, that's really tight right there. And De Silva's been winning a bunch of races of late, too. So competitive colony, but Fuentes has gotten himself hot into August, which is the perfect time.
Absolutely. And trainers, Mac Robertson, he continues. Now, Jose Silva Jr. had a big night on Thursday.
Right.
Mac still holds the lead.
Yeah, and see, like Jose owns part of horses. I don't know if Mac does. You'll see some Hugh Robertson horses, but so Jose plays the claiming game markedly more than Mac, because why I bring that up is it's a 6-win lead, but it was looking like Secretariat Sham there for a second. I mean, Mac's barn is always formidable, but it got really hot 3-4 weeks ago. But Silva, like Central Park tonight, co-owns that one and trains it and can win with that. So those two, that's going to be competitive, but I'm never counting out Joel Burnt, until we are at Labor Day and he's 15 out. So just JB, I got so much respect for him.
He's still got quite an arsenal, Joel does. So I agree. He can win some races here. Now, in July, the winningest trainer was Mac. Mac cleaned up. He had a great July. Extreme Racing Stables, one of his clients, was the leading owner. We had a chance to talk with them. Let's take a look at this video.
And they're racing. Mr. Muldoon comes out very, very fast.
Several horses won twice during the month of July, but Mr. Muldoon won both of his starts and earned more purse money than the others.
But Mr. Muldoon wants to say bye-bye.
He's owned by Mike and Vicki McGowan of Extreme Racing Stables, who were the winningest thoroughbred owners in July.
The beginning of the year, he raced twice out at the fairgrounds, 2 6 furlongs on the dirt, and did really well. Then we brought him over to Oaklawn, ran a 6 furlong there, and also did very well. When he got here, Mac put him in a 7 furlong on turf, and that was the end of the story for July. He did exceptionally well in that race and ran one more. I think it was a mile. And he did very well in that race also on turf. So,
and Mr. Muldoon is gone.
I technically named him, but he's named after a stuffed animal that Mike had when he was little. And it's a sad, sad looking stuffed animal. It's a dog, and its name was Mr. Muldoon. So that's where we came up with the name.
winning a race, and it doesn't matter where you're at, it's pretty special. And not easy to do. So to get 2 in a row like he had, again, like you said, we're very pleased.
That's fantastic. The McGowans super dedicated to racing at Canterbury Park, really no matter the climate. And to everybody else, you know, from HOFs like Cheryl Sprick and Richard Bramer and Winchester Thoroughbreds and so on, Barry and Joni Butzo, we thank you very much for staying dedicated to racing at Canterbury Park. That Mr. Muldoon is trained by Mac Robertson. And when I get a chance to fill in here, I guess I get a play of the day. So let's just get you hot early. Now, that 1 to 9 is not going to be 1 to 9. Okay. Clearly, it seems somebody like Jeff or Senor Spotty or somebody has put a nickel on him already. So that one, a nickel on her, that is. That's going to change. But with this one, Our Sweet Mary B is the mom. Now, that one was unraced. But still, the progeny is a 28% winner and 25% with 2-year-olds for this one. And the average winning distance is 5 furlongs. So it just kind of all adds up. The barn's hot. Not a ton of workouts, and maybe that will discourage some people. And I'm cool with Our Sweet Mary B, so I'm going to play that one to win.
I like that play, Paul.
That's the play of the day, brother.
That's your play of the day. I think the dam, maybe the dam of Hotshot Kid as well. So there's some bloodlines.
And we have Linda,
very
Linda Bush, I believe Warren Bush's daughter?
Wife.
Thank you. God rest the soul of Warren.
So I like the bloodlines there, and obviously
somebody else clearly does too.
That 500 that you put on.
How about that? I do a PA play of the day as 1 to 9. I give out the horse, and then they start betting others. See, that just shows over 30 years people get it.
Well, you know, we're all only 33% handicappers when it comes right down to it. Now, if you want to do your own handicapping, Bristnet.com is the place to go. Get past performances for free every race day at Canterbury Park. So we just entered for Saturday. Those past performances for next week, Saturday, you can get them ready tomorrow and start working on that Oaks and Derby card, which is phenomenal. And you also want to take advantage of the Pick 5.
Yep, and with the PPs, early bird gets the worm. Let's get a carryover of some type tonight. Let's have some of that wacky stuff that was happening early in the season, like on the turf course when Kelsey went boom, boom, 50 and 35, because then, or at least tomorrow into next week. But those, the first and final fives, the Pick 5s here, 10% nation low takeout. Players love that.
Even with some shorter prices, like last week we had some short prices, but the thing still paid, I don't know, $500-600.
Yeah, like a 758, and there were like 3 heavy favorites in there, and I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah, the money is there to be had. You just got to do your handicapping. Kevin Gorg will have a Pick 5 ticket for the early one. He'll give that to you before race 1. And then also Angela will have a Pick 5 for the final 5. So there's a lot of opportunity here to make some money, use your brain, and make some cash.
I love being part of the fluff.
Up next today at the races, it's brought to you by Touchdown Tile. Angela Herman joins Kevin Gorg. You should join them right in the paddock.
Welcome to the paddock. Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg. Touchdown Tile brings you today at the races. We're going to take a look at all 9 on the live card. And as we're down here handicapping away, we know that there's a Grade 1 race about to go to the gate at Saratoga. It's the Whitney. It's going to be awesome. National Treasure, likely one of the favorites in November if he can get to the Breeders' Cup Classic. That's why we love Canterbury. We can watch races from Saratoga, Del Mar, here in Shakopee, and have the time of our lives today.
Yeah, I was upstairs all day yesterday in the Simulcast Center, and that's where you can get all of the action on one floor in one facility. It's up on the 3rd floor. It's air-conditioned. There is a bar up there. There's betting windows up there. There's TVs galore. And if you are looking for a reserved seat at any point during live racing that would give you access to a television and all those amenities, the clubhouse is the place. Check out the website. Check out the seating arrangements. The clubhouse has more than meets the eye, including some Grade 1 racing from around the country right at a tabletop TV. You can't get any better than that.
No, we are at a real fun time of the year. If you like to play the ponies, and if you're here, you likely do, check out that simulcast spot. Check out all the different races available. And the beauty of it now is you can watch these races all over the racetrack, or you can sit out in the sunshine, pop them onto your phone, and you can bet those throughout Canterbury, Saratoga, Del Mar, all kinds of cool tracks tonight. But we're going to focus on the live card. And we were just talking before the 8-minute song finished up there that you love baby races at Canterbury. And I'm fascinated by some of the future stars that we might see in these races. We've seen some good ones. But what excites you about the 2-year-old races tonight?
Well, in particular because they're Minnesota bred. So we get a preview of perhaps the Northern Lights Debutante and the Northern Lights Futurity with some of these horses that are ready to go, and they're going 4.5. It's not like they're going those little 3-furlong races that we used to have out at the chute. This is going to be a more realistic task for them to prepare for those stakes races down the road. There's some horses with experience. There's some very well-regarded first-time starters. And there's some pedigrees that we aren't necessarily used to. I mean, we used to, way back in the day, there would be a handful of sires. You might follow one of their progeny. You're a big gazebo fan.
Oh, there were gazebos everywhere. My God. There's like 15 gazebos in every 2 races.
There's just some different elements at play with some of these horses, and getting to know them and seeing how they handle everything in the paddock, on the racetrack, at the gate, all of it for the first time does give us a glimpse into what we can expect come Festival of Champions Day. That's what I like about it, and I like digging into pedigrees. I like digging into all of it, and there are certain barns that have more loaded hands of 2-year-olds sometimes than others, so maybe you follow one barn through these, and we'll talk more about it because we have baby races in 1, 2, and 4 tonight.
Well, let's get to it. Race 1, we got the baby girls, 4.5 furlongs, as Angela mentioned. These are state-bred girls. Paul Allen talked about his play of the day. You're going in a different direction. I thought it was a 2-horse race on paper, and you've got the horse I've got in second. Tell us about your affections for Vintage Port, the 3.
Well, Vintage Port doesn't necessarily have the pedigree to be, a real freight train at 2. She is by Classic Empire, who's 11% 2-year-olds first time around. Hi, Mouse. And out of a mare who's only had one other horse to make the starting gate and is a regular at Charlestown. So we don't necessarily have a parallel point of comparison for Vintage Port, but that gate work in late July over at Hawthorne really caught my eye, because no matter what they put into their morning works, you want to make sure that they can get out of the gate, not get themselves stuck behind, not give themselves too much to do. And I think that Vintage Port really turned a corner with that, both going 4 furlongs and going out of the gate. So I'm going to try her over Mary B's Legacy, who represents an angle that you have to take heed of with Mac Robertson. This horse only has 2 published works on paper. There might be another one that maybe I printed this too early, but Mary B's Legacy obviously caught on to things very quickly, and some of these horses are his best 2-year-olds. Add in the fact that this one drew the outside post. I know that she is going to be very tough, but why do you like Mary B's Legacy, the daughter of Frosted, on the outside?
When I see 2-year-olds, the less workouts, the better. If I see like 2 pages worth of workouts, that tells me that the horse has probably had a learning curve where they needed to really hammer home what it was like to race. Gate workouts galore, 15 workouts. I saw this horse, the sire's Frosted, 2 workouts, 1 from the gate, 1 without the gate. It's Mac Robertson. I really thought this horse would come to the races ready to show speed, and probably has to, Ange. When you look at the 4.5 hook race here from that outside post, she'll likely have to show speed to win. I think the 3 is super intriguing for Butzel's $20,000 purchase. Always cheer for Joni and Barry. And then I use the 5-horse Pepper and Mint because I do think race experience matters. And if you're looking to find prices in the game of horse racing, one rule of thumb: maidens second time out after they flash speed and then they fade. I do think that's an angle. And Pepper and Mint did show some very keen early speed in her debut. Got crackle-lackled, fizzled to fifth, but might be a little more legged up for this one. I'm going to go 7, 3, and 5 in a race that I think is far more wide open than the betting public right now here at Canterbury. Second half of the double, same routine. Minnesota-bred fillies, babies, 4.5 furlongs. Ange, we're both on the same horse, and I am bullish on Carson Bay. I can't wait to hear what you've got drummed up here.
Well, she was a Lothenbach trainee at one point when all of that stock got dispersed. They went into different hands, and this one went into Gary Shearer's barn. But Carson Bay, wow, that is a very loud vibration. Was a 2-year-old in training at OBS.
Just won't stop.
And this daughter of midshipman is out of a mare who has not dropped a first-time winner, but I think has overcome that with what she's shown as an individual. They just galloped at those sales, but she looked good, and I think that she's one who picked right up with work tabs in the morning off those works down at OBS. There have been plenty of them. I know you said the less works, the better, but Carson Bay still, I think, has enough good foundation to her and has seemed to progress through her half-mile workouts where I think she can probably use her speed.
I'm aware.
And she and Miss Stilettos, I thought, maybe could race off on the inside. Because Miss Stilettos, if you could put all the Beerler trainees together and try to match up maybe who worked with who outworked who, I think that Miss Stilettos has been one of the quicker members of that stable. I just hate that she drew the rail.
Right.
The talent is probably there, but if there is any speed whatsoever to her outside, she is probably going to have to go from the word go. So I took it 3, 1, and 5.
Yeah, I've got the same horses. I just see the $15,000 stud fee and the $70,000 purchase, and I'm like, wow, they must think this horse can run. So Carson Bay likely comes to the track ready to rock and roll. She's the daughter of midshipman, and the workouts, the jockey, it's all lining up, and I love touting Gary Shearer. He's been very, very, very good over the years, and again, this year just short of 30%. 5-horse has that racing experience, ran second on debut, did so from the outside post. That horse clearly has talent. It's a Pete Madsen homebred. I use the 1 in third. The other horse to think about is the 7 in race 2. If you look at the 5, and they both kind of finish together at the wire, maybe the 7 has a better window to improve. I don't know. But if you like the 5 I think will take more money than the 7, and Quinones Mount might get overlooked just a touch. Race number 3, we are done with the 2-year-olds at least for one race. 7.5 furlongs on the grass, fillies and mares battle. It's a small field here, Ange, but I don't look like on paper like I see a slam dunk here. This one still looks like there could be some upset potential in the pick 5.
Well, because you don't really know where the pace is going to come from.
Right.
With the outside horse Scratch, she did run a couple of days ago. It leaves it without a really definitive pace setter. I think that Sunshine Fever should be it, but whether or not she goes fast enough to go and lead by herself is a question for both Short Stretch and Roland Blackout and Winsey. So if you think that any one of these 3 is going to go push her along, then you decide who is going to be in the right spot. And I thought that would be Roland Blackout from the outside. Just because she and Roman don't have to make all the right decisions throughout the course of the race, I think this is going to probably be a pretty tepid pace, a pretty close pack throughout. And being in the clear and having a good opportunity to keep your momentum is going to be important. So that leads me to the outside. I took her over Short Stretch because she is stretching out in distance. Her 1-mile race, though, that was at Will Rogers on the dirt. I mean, a whole different beast, but it wasn't very good. So maybe this whole different set of circumstances on a course she likes will bring a better version of Short Stretch to 2-turn racing, but I still had to take it 6, 3, 2, and 4.
Yeah, same horses for me. I go 2, 3, and 6. I don't have a ton of conviction here. The scratch did change the complexion. I do think the 2 is going to be forwardly placed in this race between Luis Valenzuela riding, the natural speed, and the scratch of the outside horse. I do think the 2 falls into a really, really nice trip. Third time off the bench, looks like go time for Tony Rengsdorf. Short Stretch to me is super intriguing, and Roland Blackout to me is a horse you have to have in from Louisiana. As I mentioned, 2, 3, and 6. Back to the babies. These are boys. Big field, race 4, Minnesota breds, and we go 5.5 inch.
We do go 5.5, and that is an even bigger matter of importance when it comes to matters of the Northern Lights Futurity coming to see which one of these can take their speed and their precocity and do it already, because that is coming up pretty quick. So they have to take big steps forward. And it is worth noting, take a look, if you do have past performances with you, the date of birth is on there for 2-year-olds, because that can be a big difference with a late foal versus an early foal. And it's what drew me away from It's Miles. I'm proud to say we were born on the same same day, but for thoroughbreds, July 5th is an extremely late birthday, and that is a late foal. That is one that I'm going to give a little bit more time to develop and go with the horse just to his outside. Second-time starter, Pierre Noel, showed good speed, kind of backed off, kind of ran in spots, but you could expect that out of a firster. This will be start number 2. Fuentes has ridden a couple of horses in these baby races for Mike Beeler, and Pierre Noel was obviously ready to roll at first asking. He was the beaten favorite that day. I think he comes back with that experience and vindicates that loss. I took it 3, 9, and 6.
Yeah, again, a lot of the same horses for me. As Bill Mott upsets the Grade 1 race from Saratoga with the 11 horse at 6-1. My 7 ran second at 11-1, so the bet club hit the trifecta. It went 6-1, 11-1, 25-1, and of course, with my own money, I bet to win. Grandpa Clippy's here. The world is right in Shakopee. I'm going to go with the 9 here, Begging for Trouble with Kelsey. Mouse and I both feel good about that debut. The horse ran great. Mouse had 5 to win in place. The horse ran second. The natural progression, I think, works. And I think 5.5 furlongs for 2-year-olds, a foundation of having a race, to me, is fantastic. So, yeah, I think Begging for Trouble at 5-1 has a big chance for victory. The 3 is the obvious horse. Better post. Great barn for Mikey Beeler, top jockey. I get it. Must use for sure. And I think the 2 is interesting. We'll see what kind of money Joel Burnt takes on debut. Dialed in. I was a big fan of that horse back when he was a 3-year-old. Workouts tell me that this horse probably can finish in a race where these horses going 5.5 might get a little tuckered if they show some speed. I would watch for the 2 in the late stages of race 4. Back to the turf course for race number 5. We go 5 furlongs. Love the turf sprints out here at Canterbury. Ange, your thoughts?
I found this to be one of the most fun races to handicap, but difficult to assess who would take a lot of the money in here because there's so much speed. Hey, you guys owe Kevin a hug. I took Whistler on top because Whistler has proven to be much more fleet out of the gate than I thought he would be for his size. He's a big dude, and Whistler still is able to motor out of the gate and keep on going, even if he has to duel for it, and he's going to have to with all the speed that's drawn to his outside.
Philo Badeau in there, you better pack a lunch, man.
I know.
That horse is fast.
They both are, but somewhere through their form cycle, and this is only start number 2 of the year for Whistler, things just have to naturally regress. It's just, they're horses.
He's got talent.
Yeah, he has talent. Again, this is only start number 2 of the year, and maybe he can get the jump and be the speed of the speed. I guess that was the hope with Whistler. I know that Philo Badeau is going to give him a run the entire way. Future Perfect has a lot of speed, so does Crocodile Tears. But I find myself taking closers in these races sometimes that never get there. Either they never find a hole, they have to go too wide, or the horses just don't back up into them. So I'm not going to do that today and take it 2, 4, 6, and 5. But I'm interested in King of the Palace on the outside if you're looking for somebody off the pace.
Yeah, I like Philo Badeau. I think the speed of the speed here, if Ange's horse is fast enough to go with him, and if Future Perfect is up there nibbling at the front end, then things get really interesting. Yo Dog could fall into a great trip. King of the Palace, as Ange mentioned, could fall into a great trip. Anybody off the pace. There's a ton of speed in this race. I think the 6 is too fast. I think the 6 runs the other speed into the ground, and that's why I go 6, 4, and 5. Race 6 starts our final 4 races of the night. And whenever I write down 5 horses for the website for my touts, I think it's a pretty good betting race, and I think race 6 is just that. Big field, big opportunity, and we land on the exact same horse.
So what would Dark tell us to do?
Wheel it in the superfecta.
No, find the speed. Come on now.
That too.
Yeah,
Both.
yeah. We do have a big scratch in here of Spoiled Brat, and I liked Hot Charlotte even before that scratch, but I really like her with Spoiled Brat out. There's a lot of horses that have some semblance of speed, but they probably don't have the brand of speed that Hot Charlotte does. If she can get along with Kelsey Haar, last time she got a little rambunctious out of the gate, started jumping around a little bit. I think got Kelsey right in the nose, but. Obviously, she wants to come back and give it another shot. Hopefully, Hot Charlotte will meet her halfway, and they can use that speed to really take it to this field early. I think if they can put even a length or 2 on the rest of this group, they're going to discourage a lot of horses that want to be doing the same thing but aren't quite as fast. So I want to take it 2, 5, 8, and 10 because the Silver horses represent a very similar sort of horse to me. I think they're going to be in a similar place throughout this race, that being Bohemian Jiggles and Autism Counts. Usable underneath, probably going to take a lot of money. If you see one that's a way bigger price than the other, then definitely take a second look. I can't foresee that happening though. And I'm going to put Yoda Glitz in 4th on a surface switch and on a cutback, just because, off your maiden win, you'd think you'd try to find a similar spot to that one, and that is not the case for Yoda Glitz. So 2, 5, 8, and 10.
Yeah, I like the 2. The scratch is huge. I actually switched off the 6 when we got the scratch of Spoiled Bread, who I thought was going to create all kinds of trouble on the front. And so with that, I'm going to key Hout Charlotte, but I also think the 6 is super playable at 10-1. Brief Note goes from turf to dirt, takes a significant drop, and this looks like a horse begging for a shorter trip. Been going longer, been flashing speed and getting tired. Now we have the cutback. We're at 5.5 furlongs. The dirt form is fine. I think the 6 is super, super sneaky. I'm just against the 5. If the 5 beats me here, I can tip my hat. I get it with Bohemian Jiggles. This horse makes a ton of sense, but has lost at below 3-1 in 3 straight races, so I'm out. I'm out tonight. I go 2, 6, 8 in race 6.
He's out.
I'm out. Lottery clip for race 7, 1 mile on the turf, Minnesota breds. And boy, this is one of those races where I had to plug my nose and select the one of the favorites out of the dark, the 3. But I do think this is a race where you're going to have to spread in the pick 5.
So we saw this race very differently because I thought that some recent maiden winners, even though I haven't necessarily been jumping on board with a lot of them at this meet, I really like both of them on the inside. Now, Catrick just did it last time around, and What's Your Objective did it in May. But I thought that both of these two showed enough, and especially very early on, it's just not that easy to win a tough route in either start 1 or start 2, and they're going against a lot of competition that's either tried this before and not been able to get there or never done it either. So I thought that a good price would be available on either one of these two, and if I'm going to be playing any multi-race sequences or if I'm going to play exactas, these are the 2 that I'm going to key in on, that being Catrick and What's Your Objective. I took What's Your Objective on top. I think they're caught off guard towards the outside, and Mach 2 and maybe even Out of the Dark are going to ensure that things are going steadily up front. I don't think they're going to go blistering up front, but steadily. And What's Your Objective is going to get a lot more pace than he did last time, should make him a lot more effective. He didn't get any chance to run last time around. He got stuck behind what was a slow pace, and I think that he and Catrick will probably get similar trips in here at maybe similar prices and may the best maiden win.
I see a lot more speed than you do, but maybe it doesn't play out that way. I think Mach 2 is really fast. I think the outside 2, because of their posts now, probably have to go. Got Ghosted can run, man. That horse went quick last time. I see some speed, and I hope the 2 and the 3 can sit off, because I think we could both get really good trips stalking that likely hot pace up front. Out of the Dark is a horse that's now or never for me, man. This horse has burned money the last 2 times out against similar fields. No more excuses tonight. You're going to get a great setup with the cue for Timmy P. Found Jordan, who beat this horse last time. Horse has been red hot for Virginia Peters. 3, 7, and 6.
Okay.
And
2.
now we go to the power play and the angle and all the fun that race 8 has to offer. Ange and I are licking our chops. We can't wait to bet Central Park. Ange, tell us why we're so excited.
Well, right. As differently as we saw the 7th, I saw recent maiden winners. You saw proven commodities. We both saw Central Park in here. Yeah, for a number of reasons. You know, back in the day, this horse was very much a mile sort of horse. I think that as he's aged a little bit and he does get sort of excited, keyed up, especially down here in the walking ring, do get a look at Central Park when he's down here. 6.5 and 7 was always kind of where I really wanted him to run, but a mile has not been out of his scope in the past. If he can stay closer to the pace, I think he should be. Secret Potion will not be able to crawl along like he did last time. Il Capitano kind of has to go from the outside if he wants to use his speed. Central Park could fall into a really nice trip. I thought he and Slim Slow Slider would be in good spots. Central Park, you know, if you're going to try to stretch him back out and get him back in the mile mood to see if he can do it anymore, I think you want to do it off a kind of performance like he turned in last time, which shows he's going at 100%. So 2, 4, 5, and 8.
Big fan of the Boyers. That looks like a real good claim right now. And I think that this horse showed us something last time out. Number 1, showed us that he can still rate. Number 2, ran on short rest and now gets a little extra time off to be fresh for this. And with the way this race flow sets up, I think Pena can really pick his spot. Let Secret Potion go, tuck in, save all that ground, let the bookenders do the dirty work, and then pounce. If the 2 doesn't have the A game, Ange mentioned it, watch out for Slim Slow Slider, the 4. I think this horse maybe gets a little overlooked in the betting. Troy Bethke normally does. Do not let this horse beat you in the pick 5. You get Carmona, you get a horse who's going to get a pace, and you get a horse, to me, that's sitting on a good effort. Just missed last time in the slop. So I love the 2. I think the 4 is live, and I like the 1 better than the outside horse. So that's how I have the race, 2, 4, and 1. Nightcap here, race 9, 6 furlongs. I think a pretty vanilla scratch of the 7, Wings from Above. A 6-pack in another small field where I do not think you can single. I think this race is very challenging.
I used a couple of them, but my top pick is Free Britney, just because this filly seems to run miles different than she does anywhere else when she's here at Canterbury. She's 3 for 5. She has a second place finish. That last one was that second, and kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it? I mean, she
did.
Yeah, she had run 7th, 6th, and 7th. She had beat one horse home in her previous 3 races. Does a 180 when she comes up here and drops in class, and she's just going to make a mild move. I mean, it's not like she's jumping way back up in the class ranks. Free Britney should fit with this field pretty well. I don't think that they're going to go 22 right out of the gate. I think that maybe they'll go a little bit slower, allow her to stay a bit closer, and Free Britney, when she gets on some of these streaks of hers where she puts in good races, she can put them in back to back to back. So I'm hoping that that's the case today. And I went 2, 5, 4, and 1.
Yeah, I was really torn between the 2 and 5. I went back and forth. In the end, I settled on the 5, Hot as a Pistol, because I think she'll be the better price of the 2. Larry Donald's done an awesome job this year training, near 20%. He doesn't have near the stock that Joel Burnt or Mac Robertson has. This horse looks like a horse that's going to get a great trip, right? The 3 is going to show speed. I think the 3 might be the speed of the speed. 5 sits just off that horse and can pounce, turning for home. But I'm with Ange. Free Britney just loves Canterbury and will be rolling late. 5, 2, and 3. Ange and I will take turns. We'll be out in the paddock all night long. We'll be handicapping, throwing pick 5s at you. I've got the early pick 5, which I'll go up to the studio right now and get that ready for you. She's got the late pick 5 ready to rock and roll. Have a great night at Canterbury. Enjoy the racing. It's a perfect night. This is what summer's all about. We got to soak them up. For Angela, I'm Kevin. Have a great day.
They are into the post parade for the first on a fast main track, and we have no scratches or rider changes. Be to the gate about 5 minutes from now. And Saturday night racing at Canterbury is provided by Continental Diamond in St. Louis Park and the Minnesota Lottery.
Pick 5 time here at Canterbury. That 10% takeout in play. I've got a ticket assembled that's going to cost $48. I'm going to try to stay skinny here in the first leg and just use the 3 and 7. I'm bullish on that 7. I respect the heck out of that 3. And again, if you're going to go deeper than that, you might want to use most of the field. And I'm going to use the 2 obvious horses, 3 and 7. Second leg, I'll use 1, 3, 5, 7. I think the second leg is much more wide open. Look for an upset there. Third leg, I'm going to use 2, 3, and 6. It's a small field. We've got half of them. I think we've got the right 3 there. Fourth race, super tough. The boys, the 2-year-olds. I'm going to go 2, 3, 6, and 9. My top pick is the 9 with Kelsey at 5-1. Close it out with a single of Philo Badeau, the 6 in race 5, who I think is loose on the front end. $48 play, 3-7 with 1, 3, 5, 7 with 2, 3, 6 with 2, 3, 6, 9 with the 6. Play my ticket for 48, modify my ticket, or play your own. But you will not win it if you don't get in it. The pick 5s have been juicy all season long. They'll be at the gate in 4. Good luck.
As the horses gradually approach the starting gate, we want to welcome our featured groups to the racetrack tonight. They include Jason, Money, and a birthday party. United Prairie Bank, DLR Group, and those here with the Angelman Foundation benefit. Racing at Canterbury, provided in part by Apple Autos, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Pepsi, and Quick Trip. Each Saturday, enjoy $2 off all by-the-glass wine and sparkling varieties, including Kim Crawford, Miomi, Woodbridge, and Ruffino. The first race is courtesy of Loeffler and Loeffler.com. The fillies have reached the gate. It's race time. Welcome on behalf of Canterbury's management team, those of us here in the Dark Star press box, and for our television department. A quality 9 for you this evening. Couple of pick fives. The first begins here, each with a horse racing low 10% takeout. We care about our players. And we begin with 2-year-old fillies. Mary B's Legacy favored every step of the way, the last in line. Great filly, walking up to it, 7-5. 2-year-olds composed. Here come the baby girls. And they're racing, and they popped splendidly. Shortly after the start, that 4 had to pinch back to last. Good speed displayed by Pepper and Mint. Spicy into the far turn. Pepper and Mint, 7-1, leads it by 1.5. Mary B's Legacy on the prowl, 5 lengths clear from Little Sneaky. That one has been overtaken by Dashing Darling, 7 lengths out of it. Also in there is Maria, make that the 4, Maria Rosa de la Cerda, making a move as they approach the top of the stretch, but they're chasing Pepper and Mint, and the rest are about 7 from the front. Little Sneaky's gone back to last, overtaken by Take Charge Lila. Into the final furlong, 5-7, 7-5. Mary B trying to establish the Legacy right out of the gate, and looking good. Mary B's Legacy prevails in the first start, winning it by 4. Pepper and Mint and Vintage Port ran third. Number 7, Mary B's Legacy, finished first, 7-5-3-6. It's not official. Race 1 is official. Trifecta paid $15. It was chalk all odds. Race 2 begins the first of 2 pick 4s. It's just 50 cents. Hit the winners of races 2, 3, 4, and 5 and score the pick 4. No scratches or rider changes in the second. Courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to this racetrack. Some of the locations include Apple Ford Shakopee, Apple Used Autos, and Apple Chevrolet Northfield. We also thank Xfinity Comcast and XfinityMobile.com. Race 2 is just 20 minutes from now. Don't get shut out. Our first winner is Mary B's A Legacy and Serafin Carmona. The winning owner, Linda Bush, who also bred the filly in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Mary B's Legacy is a 2-year-old gray filly by Frosted out of our Swede Mary B. Behold the talented debutante. And they're racing, and they pop splendidly. Shortly after the start, that 4 had to pinch back to last. Good speed displayed by Pepper and Mint. Spicy into the far turn. Pepper and Mint, 7-1, leads it by 1.5. Mary B's Legacy on the prowl, 5 lengths clear from Little Sneaky. That one has been overtaken by Dashing Darling, 7 lengths out of it. Also in there is Maria, make that the 4, Maria Rosa de la Cerda, making a move as they approach the top of the stretch, but they're chasing Pepper and Mint, and the rest are about 7 from the front. Little Sneaky's gone back to last, overtaken by Take Charge Lila. Into the final furlong, 5 and 7, 7 and 5. Mary B trying to establish the legacy right out of the gate, and looking good. Mary B's Legacy prevails in the first start, winning it by 4. Pepper and Mint and Vintage Port ran third.
A beautiful Saturday night here in the paddock, and a great night to be right out here with these horses because, as Angela Herman and I mentioned in our Today at the Races program, 3 of the first 4 races are the babies, our 2-year-olds, many of which have not run. So you want to see how they're behaving out here. There is a nice crowd on hand here at Canterbury. You can watch these horses on your television monitors throughout the country. Our TV crew here, second to none, and following these horses from the saddling enclosure all the way to the starting gate. That's what we're here for, to give you the best opportunity to form a profitable opinion. This looks like a tough race. The betting board right now tells the story. So you've got a gate full of horses with just a couple of starts between the entire field. This is going to be a fun one. Let's start with number 1, Miss Stilettos. I think this horse is super live for Mike Beeler. Beeler does a really good job training here, but specifically with young horses. And this horse has been working out like she's got speed. When you see a 35 and change workout for 3 furlongs breezing, that tells you the horse has some talent. Our top jockey is astride Luis Fuente, so plenty of positives. Do not love the inside post because if you don't get out quick, some of those horses can cross over on you, so she'll have to use what might be some natural early speed to get into position. Number 2 is She's Just Divine, debuts, another one for Mikey Beeler. This one ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Like the one horse, she's been training for speed, and she's got those blinkers on. You can see, as we'll get to the 2 horse on your television monitors, she'll debut with those blinkers, unlike the 1. Number 3 is Carson Bay, my top pick in the race. Valiant Farms production. I think Serafin Carmona can sweep the early dub. Big fan of Gary Shear. I've talked about that a lot. He's a very good horseman. And this horse is well bred. Mitch Shipman is the sire. The workouts are there. And I was just at Saratoga a couple weeks ago and nearly cashed on a Valiant Farms 2-year-old first time out of the gates at that glitzy racetrack. So lots of positives for me, including the price, 7-2. 4 is Competitive Nature. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Vic Hansen. Pretty good debut. If you go back and watch that replay, this horse ran pretty well. In fact, in the late stages of the race was kind of figuring things out. Second time out maidens are where you can see the most dramatic improvement. Keep that in mind. Kelsey's average win mutual this year up near $30 for a $2 bet. 5 is Wildcat Mini, Constantino Roman for Tim Padilla. The debut was sparkling. Outside post, ran a good second, looked like a good thing. And Pete Matson is the guy here that bred the horse and owns the horse, and he always seems to find young horses with talent. So this is the horse to beat off that race experience, and 7-2. 6 is Flatter Me, baby. G-Rod gets the call for Mr. Troy Bethke. I like the workouts. I like the patience that Troy shows with young horses. He's done this at Canterbury for decades. He's a trainer I trust every single day. 10-1 on Flatter Me, baby. 7's taking all the money, and in these 2-year-old races, when you have a bunch of horses that have not run, if you see horses taking money early, that's a very, very good sign. Last race, the winner opened up at 1-9. Yes, went off as the favorite, but sometimes that money gets spread out when we start to get bets in from across the country. This horse took the early money, and that caught my eye. Where's Maryland? Quinones gets the call for Bruce Rican. Nice debut, showed some talent. We'll see if the horse can take a natural move forward here, but early money matters in 2-year-old races. Minnesota bred girls, these are future superstars here in Shakopee. Who do you like? We start another pick 4. We got a great night for racing. 9 races in total. These baby girls are heading out of the paddock. They're behaved well. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the musical stylings of one Sir Leonard Dykert. The second race is 5 minutes from now. A happy 20th birthday to Matt Ruland.
That kind of price coming up in the third race, but you never know. It's on our turf course going 7.5. Scratch the outside horse, and we're left with 6 going in the gate. A lot of us drawn to the outside runner in here, but the inside drawn Dixie Girl 2 goes back to the turf after a dirt sprint that saw her pretty evenly paced throughout at the back of the group. She'll get more distance to work with. She has some speed that she can use to keep herself in close attendance from the rail. And if Sunshine Fever wants to go out there and lollygag along, I think that both Dixie Girl 2, Winsy, and maybe even Rolled Blackout when she's feeling like it, we'll make sure she doesn't do that. This one has won on the turf in the past, but you can have to go back to August to find that wire-to-wire win. Again, I don't know if it's going to be that slow up front with Sunshine Fever right next door, but she could enjoy a much closer trip today, like I said, with the stretch out in distance. Sunshine Fever right next door has been running on the turf recently. 4 out of her last 5 efforts have been on the grass, and one of those was a win in close attendance to the pace. Luis Valenzuela is back in the saddle. They finished 6th twice in a row, but last time she was a bit closer. That first one off the bench was asking a lot. It was the Lady Slipper. She didn't show much pace throughout, but she's just maybe not a dirt sprinter at this point in her career. We'll see how far she can take them up front. Sunshine Fever is bouncing around on her toes. Keep in mind it is pretty warm out today. You will see some horses that are getting baths and getting a little bit warm. Just the weather is such for that kind of thing. Short Stretch is trying to put wins back to back. That last one was her first foray on the turf. She was sprinting that day, and Short Stretch does have a pedigree to be good at that sort of thing. We'll see how far she can take them today. If she it does intend to come from off the pace, I don't think the fractions will be nearly as quick as they were last time. It would be pretty impossible. They went 20 and 4 and 43 and 4. Short Stretch should find herself maybe a little bit closer. Not sure if she'll enjoy that type of running, but we find out today, and we find out at 5-2. 4-1 is the price on Delusional Dream, and this one has been taking money throughout. She's one of 2 from the Nancy Sheehan barn, and she likes this course. You just don't know when she's going to feel like it. I mean, I could go over there and tap her on the shoulder and ask her, and sometimes Delusional Dream pulls off a big upset like she did 3 back, and sometimes she does the races like she has in her last couple. She probably wants more pace than she'll see, but Delusional Dream is just got to be in the mood for running, and Chad Lindsay will be in the saddle today on her, looking for her 3rd win over our grass, right now at 4-1. You get 7-1 on Winsy. Kelsey Haar will ride Winsy today. This one should be another contributor to the pace, as she was 2 back when she went 2 turns on the dirt. Toodaloo Y'all caught her that day, but Winsy did her best to take them as far as she could. You would think with the outside running and Kelsey Haar in the irons, she'll probably get aggressive and put this one close up into the race. It'll be interesting to see how she does take to our turf course, as she hasn't been on the grass in quite some time, but you should get a healthy price in finding out if she likes it at 7-1. Rolling Blackout on the outside is both a selection of mine and Paul Allen's. She has liked this turf course an awful lot in the past. I like the outside running for her, and I like, frankly, how she looks down here in the walking ring. She looks quite composed, ready to make a return to our turf after a few forays over Louisiana Downs grass. She showed more speed down there than she had previously. Maybe that trend will carry up her here, and she can pick up her 3rd win over both our course and Lifetime. She seems to like it up here better than anybody anywhere else at this point in her career. They go 7.5 on the turf in the 3rd. Remember, it is firm, and you have lots of wagering options. Win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and dollar pick 3s. You got 8 minutes to put those wagers together. Remember, scratch the 7 in here and stand by for a power play from Kevin Gore coming up next.
welcome up to the press box. We want to thank Tri-State Bobcat for their sponsorship of our power play of the day. It happens on the back end of the card. Penultimate race, race number 8, number 2, Central Park, who's got a morning line of 4-1. And this is an 8-year-old that had raced in close proximity. July 3rd, came right back on July the 11th, and ran a huge race. And I'm going to get to that race momentarily. Knows how to win. 33 career starts, 12 victories. This guy knows how to get his picture taken. 6 of those 12 wins right here at Canterbury. This could be a real nice claim for the Boyers, who are some of the sweetest and coolest people at the racetrack. But let's go back to that last start, because Central Park is a horse that normally finds himself on the lead. And in this particular race, you watch this outside horse. He'll get out of the gate in good order, in position to go take that lead. No, we're gonna rate. Even at age 8, we're gonna show some versatility. We're gonna let the other horses go up there and duel on the front end. And it made the difference on this particular race day, because that pace was fast. This horse sat off it and pounced. And that's the recipe for success today, now that we're going longer. This horse has run in longer races and can adapt within the race. I think he gets a great stalking trip. 4-1's a fair price. Central Park, we're going to shoot and score on the power play in race 8.
It's race time into the gate for the third. Firm turf, rails 20 out. If you just got here, even money shot won the first. A 14-1 outsider won the second. And now we go to the turf. Short stretch favored. Moving in. Delusional Dream. Aiden Rakes. Winsey. And Rollin' Blackout. And they're racing. Winsey at 11-1 comes out quickly and is to the inside of Rollin' Blackout. Sunshine Fever comes creeping through the inside, contesting the lead. Those three skirmish ahead of the next three by about 4 lengths inside. Dixie Girl 2, that's the gray, with Short Stretch looking to win 2 in a row, and Delusional Dream is only 7 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side they go, 5-2-2-5. Winsey to the outside of Sunshine Fever. Those two right together. Rollin' Blackout tracks sweetly in third if good enough. Then it's Dixie Girl 2, 5 from it, and about 1 clear from Short Stretch. Delusional Dream still just about 7 from front to back, and they haven't changed spots since the gates opened. Sunshine Fever battles it out with Winsey, and outside of that, Rollin' Blackout is now making her move. And Rollin' Blackout, the Kentucky-bred mare, makes it 3 astern on the turn. Behind them, Dixie Girl 2. Short Stretch is about 5 lengths from the lead at 8-5, and still in last, Delusional Dream. And they're coming home now. Up goes Rollin' Blackout, out goes Dixie Girl 2, offering a challenge on the wide side. Sunshine Fever coming back nicely. Sunshine Fever battling Dixie Girl 2, winning. Dixie Girl 2 at 11-1. Number 1, Dixie Girl 2 ran first. A photo for the rest. The numbers 1, 6, 2, 5. The third race is official. Our first pick 5 paid pick 3 paid $655 for a dollar. Winners of races 1, 2, and 3. You put those together for a dollar, $655. Use as many or as few horses as you like. In each leg of these, pick 3, 4, and 5s. Now the exacta paid $39.20, the trifecta $52.95, 10-cent superfecta $48 and change, 4-1 double 14-1 to 11-1. That double paid more than $1,000. They're paying big tonight at Canterbury Park. 4-1 double, 1,121. That's from race 2. Entering the winner's enclosure, Dixie Girl 2 and Brian Pena. The winning owner and trainer, Ron Westerman. Our 4th race is just 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. Race number 4, provided by Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. Elegant, smooth, refined. We also thank Busch Light, a proud sponsor of racing at CBY. And the 4th race is 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Winsey at 11-1 comes out quickly and is to the inside of Rollin' Blackout. Sunshine Fever comes creeping through the inside, contesting the lead. Those 3 skirmish ahead of the next 3 by about 4 lengths inside. Dixie Girl 2, that's the gray, with Short Stretch looking to win 2 in a row, and Delusional Dream is only 7 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side they go, 5-2-2-5. Winsey to the outside of Sunshine Fever. Those 2 right together. Rollin' Blackout tracks sweetly in 3rd if good enough. Then it's Dixie Girl 2, 5 from it, and about 1 clear from Short Stretch. Delusional Dream still just about 7 from front to back, and they haven't changed spots since the gates opened. Sunshine Fever battles it out with Winsey, and outside of that, Rollin' Blackout is now making her move. And Rollin' Blackout, the Kentucky-bred mare, makes it 3 astern on the turn. Behind them, Dixie Girl 2. Short Stretch is about 5 lengths from the lead at 8-5, and still in last, Delusional Dream. And they're coming home now. Up goes Rollin' Blackout, out goes Dixie Girl 2, offering a challenge on the wide side. Sunshine Fever coming back nicely. Sunshine Fever battling Dixie Girl 2, winning. Dixie Girl 2 at 11-1.
Well, there's always an angle and there's always something to watch at Canterbury after the favorite wins race number 1. We go boom, boom with long shots, and all of a sudden, with the early pick 5 still having 2 legs to survive, we're down to 7 tickets total still going, and pack a lunch here. We've got another 2-year-old race with a full gate of 9. So there is a serious carryover watch going on up in the press box. That'll happen into tomorrow's card if it happens. If you're alive, over $20,000 to play for. And the pick 5 is a game of survivor. And if you survive all 5, you take the money, you and whoever else survives. So there might be a standalone ticket that could take it down for 20 large. So good luck if you are still cooking. Number 1 here in race 4, and these 2-year-old baby boys look good coming out of the saddling enclosure. This is Blushing Bee. I remember watching the daddy run out at Belmont Park in a graded stakes race. He could really fly. We'll see if the horse has some of that speed tonight. Didn't show much on debut, but again, second time back. We saw that in race 2. Horses that debut, they can pop at a price in start number 2. I wanted to see what kind of money Joel Burns' horse would take because I'm intrigued by the bloodlines. The daddy dialed in was on the Derby Trail. Gallardo gets the call on It's Miles. Very, very good-looking horse. Ears are up, healthy-looking coat, good muscle. And with a large crowd here in the paddock, and we're seeing the one horse right now get a little over anxious. You want to see a horse that's under control, and the Burnt Charge looks fantastic here in the walking ring. Number 3 is Pierre Noel, Fuentes for Beeler. This horse ran a really good debut, and go back in the daily racing form. This horse went favored in that debut on an 8-horse field. So clearly they thought this horse could run. I think 5-1 is way too big a price on Pierre Noel. Number 4 is the Pac-Man horse, Waka Waka. Chad Lindsay gets the call for our Hall of Fame trainer, David Van Winkle. Ran in that race with that tearaway winner that the 3 comes out of, and this horse took money too. 9-2 on debut. So a horse that took money, second time back, big, lucky, strong-looking horse down here in the paddock. 5 is More Tiger Paw, G-Rod for Troy Bethke. Good bloodlines, very good workouts. A 36 breeze out of the gate tells me this horse might have some speed, and the 6 looks nice down here in the walking ring. 7 is Arjun for Cars. Pena gets the call here. Steady workouts, good bloodlines. This is the grandson of the great AP Indy, so maybe longer races in the offing later in this horse's career. 8 is Whiskey Sippy River. Constantino Roman gets the call for Mr. Van Winkle here, so Van Winkle's got a couple. Steady workouts, not fast workouts, just steady workouts, so I would expect that this horse might get stronger as the races get longer, and will finally land on the 9 spot, my top pick in the race. I'm going to try Begging for Trouble here for Tony Rengsdorf. Kelsey Haar gets the call. I think she's really good at getting horses out of the gate and getting them to show some speed. And from this post, she's going to have to because she doesn't want to get hung out wide. And I like that Kelsey's horse is taking some money. Begging for Trouble right now is up on the board at 4-1. Baby boys bred in Minnesota. These could be some future superstars in the making. 5.5 furlongs. Baby boys, race 4 coming up. Race 4 coming at you. Race 4 is next.
The first 5 has been quite the price fest thus far, only 7 tickets remaining in it, but the final 5 comes up in the 5th race. And we're just going to add another vote into the power play with the angle on Central Park. And we got a couple of angles with him, both with the horse and with his trainer. First, we're going to look at Central Park, the horse. Now, these are his past performances from the past couple of years at Turf Paradise, at Gulfstream Park, and up here at Canterbury. Now, Central Park likes it up here quite a bit. You can see out of 20 starts on our main track, he has won 6 of them. That accounts for half of his lifetime wins, and a third of his career wins have come going this distance of a mile. Now, those are in the rear view mirror, so we're going to look a little bit further back. This is one of the things that you can do with Daily Racing Form and with the formulator. You can take a look into the further past of Central Park. There are a lot of mile races for this horse, and some of them are very, very good. A lot of those take place right here at Canterbury Park. So thinking that maybe this horse can get back to doing what he used to do very well and do so with some decent value to him. These are some stats for Jose Silva. Now, the top is, it's a bigger number than the bottom number, but both of these are tied together. This is him stretching horses out at Canterbury. He's pretty good at it. He's 5 for 14. You can see if you bet them, you make a lot of profit, and that should be about the price that one would expect on Central Park. But if you narrow it down below, this is when they're coming off a win. They're 2 for 5. Only one of them has missed the board. You don't make a ton of money with them, but they usually follow up those winning performances with another good one. Now, Central Park was on the outside this day, and he ran a monster race. This was going shorter, but this was Central Park's second start for the current connections, and you can see him get into a dogfight down the stretch with Distorted Pro. They got rid of Hi-Ya, but this is not an easy victory for Central Park. He has to gut it out every step of the way with a horse who's been setting very quick fractions, but he hasn't been too far back, and Central Park looks like if he's in this kind of form, maybe he can turn back the clock and be a good miler again. That is the angle. Number 2, Central Park in the 8th.
Two minutes, time for 2 more. One minute. It's race time. Into the gate for race 4, the Mighty Evie Classic. moving in. Blushing Bee, It's Miles, they've gone in. Joined by more Tiger Paw. Pierre Noel. Next is Waka Waka. Waka Waka has gone into the gate. Two back. Whiskey Sippy River and Begging for Trouble. Nine in a line. It's the Mighty Evie Classic. And they're racing. More Tiger Paw was off slowly. I'll Make Bank is looking to steal all the money. And I'll Make Bank is very fast, but now joined by Pierre Noel. Outside of that, Begging for Trouble between them. Whiskey Sippy River. But I'll Make Bank wants no part of said trio and runs away by 1.5. After that, Arjun 4 Cars. That one's 5 from the front. Blushing Bee advancing a bit. Whiskey Sippy River losing ground. It's Miles running on. Then we come to Waka Waka. And the one back in last, more Tiger Paw. Up top, I'll Make Bank trying to steal the show. Begging for Trouble and Kelsey at 3-1 are begging to join this leader as they head for home. I'll Make Bank cuts clear again by 2.5. Outside of that, Begging for Trouble. Waka Waka is finishing very fast at 11-1. Here comes Waka Waka, and Waka Waka walks right on by. And race number 4 is official. 4-6-2-9. Boffo payoffs again as the upsetters have gone back to back to back. In the winner's enclosure, Waka Waka, ridden by Chad Lindsay. The winning owner, C&R Racing, and the winning trainer, David Van Winkle. And they're racing. More Tiger Paw was off slowly. I'll Make Bank is looking to steal all the money. And I'll Make Bank is very fast, but now joined by Pierre Noel. Outside of that, begging for trouble between them. Whiskey Sippy River. But I'll Make Bank wants no part of said trio and runs away by 1.5. After that, Arjun 4 cars. That one's 5 from the front. Blushing Bee advancing a bit. Whiskey Sippy River losing ground. It's Miles running on. Then we come to Waka Waka. And the one back in last, more Tiger Paw. Up top, I'll Make Bank trying to steal the show. Begging for trouble, and Kelsey at 3-1 are begging to join this leader as they head for home. I'll Make Bank cuts clear again by 2.5. Outside of that, begging for trouble. Waka Waka is finishing very fast at 11-1. Here comes Waka Waka, and Waka Waka walks right on by. And the rest are about 7 from the front. Little Sneaky's gone back to last, overtaken by Take Charge Lila. Into the final furlong, 5 and 7, 7 and 5. Mary B trying to establish the legacy right out of the gate and looking good. Mary B's legacy prevails in the first start. Winning it by 4, Pepper and Mint, and Vintage Port ran third. Carson Bay is at the rear after the bad start, and they're coming home now. Wildcat Mini desperately trying to hold on this sultry Saturday. Outside of that competitive nature, even farther out, Flatter Me Baby, and behind them, Where's Maryland? Competitive nature at 14-1, edging away and stealing into the Shakopee night victoriously. 8-5, and still in last, Delusional Dream, and they're coming home now. Up goes Rollin' Blackout, out goes Dixie Girl 2, offering a challenge on the wide side. Sunshine Fever coming back nicely. Sunshine Fever battling Dixie Girl 2, winning. Dixie Girl 2 at 11-1. Leader as they head for home. I'll Make Bank cuts clear again by 2.5. Outside of that, begging for trouble. Waka is finishing very fast at 11-1. Here comes Waka, and Waka walks right on by.
Well, we have another upset. We have a carryover now. Waka breaks his maiden in race number 4, and that carryover in the pick 5 will go to the late sequence tomorrow afternoon. Again, the late pick 5 will have a carryover from our early sequence today, but we start anew in race number 5. This one is not any easier. This pick 5 was tough. I had a tough time cutting it down, and I had to use 4 of them in here. My top pick, Whistler, I can't single because of his post position. He's a big dude, and if he doesn't get out and he doesn't get in the midst of that pace where he likes to be, at least staying close, it could be anybody's race. I had to go 2, 4, 5, and 8 in here. I went 2, 5, and 8 in the next race. Of course, I like Hot Charlotte, but I did use the 2 Silver horses with her. I think they might end up being similar prices on the board. I don't think any one of them is going to be too big a favorite, and I think that they all bring different styles to the table, but Hot Charlotte was my top pick in there, maybe to be the speed of the speed and take them all the way. I went 1, 2, 5, and 6 in race number 7. It was single Central Park in race number 8. Central Park is both the power play and the angle horse today. There's a lot to like about him. We wish the Boyers the best of luck, and that will be the definitive one for me in this late sequence. And then just 2 and 5 to close it out. Free Brittany was my top choice in the last race today, but I did use her along with Hot as a Pistol for a $48 ticket. Remember, that is a 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. That's just a starting point. If you want to add to that ticket, if you want to take away from that ticket, these are good races to set it up. Like I said, I had at least a $100 ticket to start with things. I had to narrow it down, so I singled Central Park, but I could see where you would want to use maybe Slim Slow Slider, some other ones in there. It was just really hard to take a stand because these are very competitive 5 races coming up in our final 5 sequence, including this turf sprint. It was really hard to toss anybody out. I went 4 deep. I didn't use Philo Badeau, but back to selling is where you start on the inside. He may be one of the better prices in here from start to finish.
Yeah, what a fun betting race. Look at the board right now, how spread out the money is. These are the kind of races where if you can find your way to that try or superfecta, you really could get paid. And an excellent pick 5 sequence. To Angela's point, get together with your family and friends, put a ticket together, because if you had done that and had some long shot success in the first leg, someone could have housed the whole thing for over $16,000. Back to selling, to me, is up against it. Decent numbers on our turf, 5 for 8 in the money career-wise on this turf course. I just don't like the way the race flow goes for a horse that's going to be close to the pace but not good enough to be the pace. You like Whistler a lot. I get it. The horse has a ton of upside. Can the horse do it at 7-2?
I think that he can, and I think that if he can keep himself, like I said, in close range, he doesn't need to be outright leading, and I don't think he can be with the field assembled to his outside, but Whistler likes to be up there battling on the front end and doing so on our turf. His 2 turf races here, his 2 5-furlong efforts have been a touch better than anything he's done on the dirt, and he's done it with that controlling speed, and he did it right away. I mean, he started late to the races, but he's done pretty much everything right that they've asked of him, and that 7-2 is pretty much what I thought I would get out of him. But Crocodile Tears next door has a lot of speed himself. It's not going to be easy for anyone to outrun him to the lead.
He's fast. I don't know if he can last, but boy, the 3 horse is going to be in a good spot. Luis Valenzuela is a great gate jockey. He'll pop right out there. I think Philo Badeau probably a little too much for him in this race when the real running starts, but if he somehow gets the jump on Philo Badeau, it gets interesting because this horse has a ton of speed and could go on with it. The 4 is Yo Dog. You talk about a horse that's going to benefit from the race flow. This is the horse, Ange. There is a ton of speed, and he's a proven closer.
There are some things to like about him, and Yo Dog got so close last time to Channel 1. I mean, Channel 1 and he were moving as a tandem. He went inside, Channel 1 went outside, and he only ended up at no short. I mean, this really couldn't be much of a better setup for him. It's just a matter of getting through. When we talked about in the pre-race show, I've been taking horses like Yo Dog, and they seem to just find 1 or 2 little things that stop their momentum, and sometimes that keeps them in second or third instead of on top. But 4-1's pretty square on him. 7-1, not what I expected on Future Perfect.
Everything Mac Robertson puts in the gate right now is running. This is his go-to jockey. That price is crazy to me. This horse is going to get a really good trip on or near the lead, and now the price is coming down. I'll move on to Philo Badeau, who I love in this race. I love his keen speed. I love that he had trouble last time on the dirt, but it's not going to be a comfortable trip. He is going to have to work exceptionally hard to get that lead. I think he finally gets there in mid-stretch. Can he hold on? I think Yo Dog will be coming. It'll be interesting, but I do love 7-2 on Philo Badeau. Bellamy's run, the Roan, the 7-inch, a lot like Yo Dog, should love the pace scenario.
Yes, this should be a good setup for him. It's just the turf that'll be a question. He's tried it a few times, including twice in a row going long on our turf course. Neither one has really ended all that well for him. So Bellamy's Roan is going to try something different today. They've already pulled an upset in this barn earlier on the turf. They would have to do it again at 12-1 if Bellamy's Roan is to come home successful. But stranger things have happened on this grass this year, and maybe he'll find out that he likes it going a little bit shorter today. King of the Palace looking to put them back-to-back off his maiden win last out.
Yeah, I like the way he sat off and pounced. Pena is going to get a great trip. We'll see if the horse is good enough. I do love the outside post in a race like this because he's going to get a great tracking position. We'll need to jump up a bit, but looks great in the paddock and is 8-1. Turf sprinters, some of the most enjoyable races to wager on at our racetrack. Starts that final 5. Guys, you owe it to yourselves to play the pick 5. One of the better sequences of the year. Race 5 at the gate in round 8.
Lynn Dykert's call to the post brings them onto the John Deere dirt, then the firm turf course for race number 5. No scratches and no rider changes for the 5th. Race time, 5 minutes from now. And the 5th race is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We also thank Culver Shakopee, Atomic Data, Choice Electric, and Tri-State Bobcat. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the Canterbury Park Winter Circle, we have T-shirts flying into the crowd, so make a little noise. It is now race time. For 5, please hold all tickets. Hold all tickets. Meanwhile, the others kick on. Whistler's looking to win 2 in a row and singing a sweet song to the inside. Philo Badeau is very fast to the outside and is taking off in the orange and white. And behind them, Crocodile Tears. 3.5 lengths behind that. Back to Selling, 7 out of it and to the inside of Yo Dog. Then we come to King of the Palace, and they're charging home now down the Canterbury Park turf stretch. Philo Badeau to the outside of Whistler, who fights back diligently, and behind them, Yo Dog closing in quickly. Philo Badeau, Whistler, Yo Dog, and King of the Palace very late. Philo Badeau, yes! Philo Badeau wins at even money. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A general steward's inquiry into the start of number 5, Future Perfect. Stand by. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a general steward's inquiry is in progress. The track referees, the stewards, are watching the start of number 5, Future Perfect, to determine whether he is deemed a starter. So stand by. The winner of race number 5, number 6, Philo Badeau, ridden by Guillermo Rodriguez, and the winning owners, Justin Revac and Rocket Wrench Racing. The winning trainer, Canterbury Park, HOF Burnell Roan. Stand by on this inquiry. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry sign has been removed. In the estimation of our stewards, there will be no refund for number 5 Future Perfect. You see number 5 Future Perfect reared right as the starting gate opened, unseating jockey Serafin Carmona. So because the stall gate opened in unison with the rest of the field, and Future Perfect clearly caused all of his own problems by rearing absolutely at the worst time, Future Perfect had a fair chance to run. Race number 5 is official. Race number 6 is about 20 minutes from now. Scratch number 9, Spoiled Brat. And they're racing. Number 5, Future Perfect, unseated jockey Serafin Carmona, and is out of the race. Those of you with wagers on number 5, please hold all tickets. Hold all tickets. Meanwhile, the others kick on. Whistler's looking to win 2 in a row and singing a sweet song to the inside. Philo Bedeau is very fast to the outside and is taking off in the orange and white. And behind them, Crocodile Tears. 3.5 lengths behind that. Back to selling 7 out of it and to the inside of Yo Dog. Then we come to King of the Palace, and they're charging home now down the Canterbury Park turf stretch. Philo Bedeau to the outside of Whistler, who fights back diligently, and behind them, Yo Dog closing in quickly. Philo Bedeau, Whistler, Yo Dog, and King of the Palace very late. Philo Bedeau, yes! Philo Bedeau wins at even money.
the old turf-loving warrior Philo Badeau got himself in a dog fight. And speaking of dogs, he was able to hold off Yo Dog late. And the final 5 starts very formfully with the even money favorite Finding the Money. Now we move on to leg 2, race 6. We start another pick 4, and we have another great betting race. At last check, the lowest odds on the board were around 3-1. So this is a really cool race to handicap. If you're playing that pick 4, you're going to want to use some depth because this looks like another race where we could see some big upsets. We've already seen a couple tonight. We've got that pick 5 carryover into tomorrow's final 5. So tomorrow, Pepsi Family Day, pick 5 carryover. Let's handicap these girls. $5,000 claimers, traveling 5.5. And here they are. Number 1 is a stern-made Barejas for Miguel Angel Silva. She's got keen early speed. She's drawn to the inside, so she'll likely be on the engine. She is cantankerous down here in the walking ring. It's a steamy night here in Shakopee, so she'll have to settle down a little bit if she's going to put her best race on the track. Here comes my top pick in the race. Here comes Hot Charlotte. Kelsey Haar gets the call. This is the horse that had all that gate trouble last time. I'm sure Kelsey's crossing her fingers here, hoping that she doesn't go through that again. But when this horse has her mind on running, she's pretty talented. And I think she's got enough speed to work her way to the front and maybe get loose. Not quite sure about that 3-1 price. We were promised 8-1 on that morning line set by a pro. We'll see if those odds indeed drift up. Number 3 is Run, Bambi, Run. Constantino Roman gets the call here. This horse has only had 2 tries at 5.5 furlongs. Actually, she's been going a mile on the turf, a mile on the dirt, and then 6 furlongs. So she's been showing speed. Maybe the cutback in distance will help Bambi. Bambi is now 9-1. This gorgeous gray on your television monitors is Ms. Double. Quinones gets the call. The blinkers come on. The horse hasn't shown a ton of speed lately, but with the new equipment, I would expect a little more early alacrity. Next in line is the 5-ball, Bohemian Jiggles. Pena gets the call. This is Jay Litza in the Star Tribune and Paul Allen, our track announcer's top pick. This was the morning line favorite, and this horse is drifting up. So they're betting the 2, they're not betting the 5, and the 5 has some of the best speed figures. So if you're building a trifecta or superfecta, you may want to mix that 5 filly into the equation. We talked about the 6 horse in our Today at the Races program. I think this is the long shot that I'm going to key in my exactas and tries. I think Brief Note has a chance here. I love the 14-1. The horse looks good in the paddock. Enough stalking speed to sit the trip, and we can see if G-Rod can go back-to-back. I think the 6 fits with this bunch. 7 is Alexandra's Song, Eddie G for Joel Burnt. Great connections, class drop, and turf to dirt. So handicapping angles up and down, and you get 7-1. 8 is Autism Counts, De Silva for Jose Silva. You get a 20% trainer, a hot jockey, and a horse that should be rolling from the back of the pack at 9-2. 10 is Yoda Glitz. Carmona gets the call for Mac. Off a win on the turf, a good trainer switches surface. That is interesting all by itself. Up on the outside, the speedy number 11 is Collier. Roberto Morales for Veronica Litvin. The Litvin barn has been popping at prices. 10-1 on that speedball. Keep an eye on that one. That barn's going well right now. Don't leave that horse off your supers, kids. 5.5 furlongs. The girls are going to battle. This is going to be a humdinger. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on. I have no idea.
Hello from the winner's circle. We got some wine flowing tonight. We got some margaritas flowing tonight, but we've got Beer Fest coming up on August 10th, and these two lucky contestants are going to take their shot in beer pong. Try to win a couple of tickets to that Beer Fest. Now, you guys, pretty simple. Try to get the balls in the cups. This first one, that's good for a daily double pack. These middle cups are good for a TJ Hooligans gift card, and if you can get it in this back row, you're going to Beer Fest on August 10th. Simple as that. I've got Eric and Luscious Law are playing tonight. Eric is going to be up first. Take your shot. Try to win some prizes. Very nice toss. There you go. Easy as that. You almost got to Beer Fest, but you are going to TJ Hooligans. Okay, Luscious One. Step right up and take your shot. She is going to be a force to be reckoned with. There you go. That's the perfect spot. Take your shot. Go ahead. Okay, very close, very close. Give it a little more underhand toss. You can do it. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. We'll get you a daily double pack. You can have a little more fun with your night. That's okay. Eric will win, and he'll share that TJ Hooligans gift card with you. He'd better, at least. No, you're not getting kicked to the curb. We loved having you here.
What's going on now?
Yeah, you
Get a little trophy or anything?
you'll win a daily double pack. You are a lot of fun, and thank you very much for playing beer pong with us, sweetheart. Very nice to meet you, too. Come back soon. Beer Fest is coming up on August 10th. If you want to get your tickets, check out CanterburyPark.com.
Two minutes. One minute.
It is now race time. Into the gate for race 6. Collier, last in line. Collier, 7-1. Autism Counts, 3-1, and tepidly favored. Ready to sprint on the John Deere dirt. And they're racing. Number 7 was off 2 steps slowly. That's Alexandra's Song. Meanwhile, Collier popped quickly on the outside, and the bookender, a Stern Maid with those blinkers on showing speed. And that lead has been ceded by Haute Charlotte. And Haute Charlotte kicks away by 2.5. The white horses miss double, about 7 lengths from the lead. After that, we have Autism Count circumnavigating but advancing. Brief note right behind that one, 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Yoda Glitz, trying to win 2 in a row. Then it's Bohemian Jiggles, not doing much, about 10, 11 lengths out of it. Alexandra's Song running on. The one in last is Run, Bambi, Run. Round about the quarter pole, they're chasing Haute Charlotte. Haute Charlotte at 9-1 shows the way. Haute Charlotte leads it tenuously, but here come challenges all over the place. Autism Counts between them. Far outside, Yoda Glitz trying to win 2 in a row, and between them is Collier. Up goes Yoda Glitz at 19-1. Yoda Glitz for long shot players. Glitzy. Number 10, Yoda Glitz, ran first at 19-1. Photography required for the rest, so please stand by. The numbers 10, 8, 11, 5. 10, 8, 11, 5 in race 6. Into the winner's circle, number 10, Yoda Glitz and Seraphin Carmona. The winning owners, Hugh Robertson and Joel Zamzow. And the winning trainer, our leading trainer, Mac Robertson. Behold the upset-minded Yoda Glitz. And they're racing. Number 7 was off 2 steps slowly. That's Alexandra's Song. Meanwhile, Collier popped quickly on the outside, and the bookender, a Stern Maid with those blinkers on showing speed. And that lead has been ceded by Haute Charlotte. And Haute Charlotte kicks away by 2.5. The white horses miss double, about 7 lengths from the lead. After that, we have Autism Count circumnavigating but advancing. Brief note right behind that one, 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Yoda Glitz, trying to win 2 in a row. Then it's Bohemian Jiggles, not doing much, about 10, 11 lengths out of it. Alexandra's Song running on. The one in last is Run, Bambi, Run. Round about the quarter pole, they're chasing Haute Charlotte. Haute Charlotte at 9-1 shows the way. Haute Charlotte leads it tenuously, but here come challenges all over the place. Autism Counts between them. Far outside, Yoda Glitz trying to win 2 in a row, and between them is Collier. Up goes Yoda Glitz at 19-1. Yoda Glitz for long shot players. Glitzy.
while we've already seen one of the pick fives carry over, and shame on all of us, and I'll put myself at the top of the us list. Serafin Carmona is one of the top 3 jockeys here at Canterbury, and Mac Robertson may be the greatest trainer in the history of this racetrack, and they just paid $41. It escaped me. It escaped a lot of people, and now we're on carryover watch yet again, because I got to tell you, these final 3 races are spectacularly deep and tough races to handicap. So with the Mac $40 clip in the middle, this thing could really get interesting. Speaking of clips, we'll be out in the winner's circle doing the lottery bid after this race. Can't wait for that. Turf racing here, State Bred Company, $34,000 allowance race. We'll start with number 1, Catrick. Luis Valenzuela for David Van Winkle. We've already seen the Van Winkle barn pay box cars tonight. Inside post on the turf. Good-looking horse as they come out of the saddling enclosure, and there's a case to be made. Angela Herman, wonderful handicapper, has this horse second in her analysis, and the horse is 7-1. Wowza. Number 2 is What's Your Objective? Joel Burnt, the conditioner, and De Silva, the pilot. Rough trip last time behind Found Jordan. Found Jordan right now has won twice and finished a close second at long shot odds. So ran against a good one, has a good post, comes from Joel Burnt, and you look up, and this speaks to how good a betting race this is. 5-1 on a very logical horse from Good Connections. I'm on the 3, and I'm getting 6-1. Look at this. Out of the dark. Let's shine some light on this horse. Quinones, Padilla. Good race last time. Second against Similar, and I love the post. I don't understand, but we're going to get 6-1? Yes, please. I'll be all over this horse once I get to the window. 4 horses, Gabriel's Legend, Kelsey Haar for Larry Donlin. It's a Kelsey thing. Horse is 1 for 25. That is for sure pesky, but the horse does hit the board a lot and outruns the odds. So mixed signals at 6-1. 5 is the Oracle's tout, and he's on the schniz right now. Oracle likes Mach 2 to get loose for the Butsos. Top jockey Luis Fuentes for Mikey Beeler. I love the connections. We'll see if the Oracle Steamer can speed away. Now we've got Caught Off Guard, the 6 with Eddie G, another Joel Burnt horse. This horse has ran 3 times on the Canterbury turf and got his picture taken in 2 of the 3. He's meatloafed his turf career here. And guess what? He is favored and should be at 2-1. On the outside, Paul Allen's selection, 9-2 on Got Ghosted. G-Rod gets the call for Bernie Roan. Remember, they teamed up on the turf a couple races ago with Philo Badeau. What a fun race to handicap. All 7 with a legitimate chance at victory, and that's why you see the money spread out on the board. Nobody higher right now on that board than 7-1. Great race to try to find that exacta or trifecta. I wish you the best of luck. It has been a very difficult night to find winners, and we're only on race 7. We've got 3 more to go. Final pick 3. I'll see you out in the winner's circle for the lottery clip. Good luck, good racing right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Heading to the track for race number 7, then the turf course. The turf is firm. No scratches, no rider changes here in the 7th race. Now, we're just 5 minutes from race time, and this one is provided by Quick Trip and the Minnesota Lottery. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box, and I am the Chaser. Now, we've had myriad upsets this evening, and with those upsets, I don't know, maybe you need the Chaser. Maybe the Chaser needs this little button to work here, because the theme here, thanks to Crown Royal, involves the most popular ghost in maybe the history of the world, Casper the Friendly Ghost. But wait, there's more. The Chaser would never ghost somebody like that. My man got ghosted, and I feel terrible for him. The Chaser would never ghost you when it comes to pulling you out of the abyss of all of these long shots. So we present this, a win bet on Got Ghosted. You get it? Win on the 7, get all your money back. It's that easy. Right, KG, as we go to the winner's circle?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are the lucky winners from the Minnesota State Lottery. They've got a placard, which means they have a horse. If their horse finishes in the top 3, they get a swag bag from our friends at the Minnesota State Lottery. If that placard, hey, 4-ball, hold up your number. If that placard wins, they get $50 in scratch-off tickets, your name, and where you're from.
Logan, and I'm from Eden Prairie.
Logan wasn't born, but Mallrats filmed at the Eden Prairie Mall, one of my all-time favorites. Snoochie Boochies, where are you from?
Ethan, Austin, Minnesota.
Love Austin, love the bacon, love Hormel, love it all.
Amy, I'm from Bloomington.
Amy, are you a Jefferson or Kennedy girl?
Jefferson.
Yeah, those Jaguars, doggone, they got us good. All right, your name?
Sam, from Austin.
Yes, another Austin. Got it, nice.
I'm Olivia from Chanhassen.
Yeah, right now Chanhassen's rolling in hockey. All right, big dog, name and where you're from.
Gavin from Austin.
How much bacon can you put away on a Sunday morning?
A lot of bacon.
I love it. Your name and where you're from.
Sydney from Chanhassen.
All right, go Chanhassen. Those are the lucky winners. Cheer their horses home, and let's see who gets lucky from the Minnesota State Lottery.
It is now race time. Into the gate for race 7. Here they come. Got ghosted. Last in line, 7-1. Race number 7, it's turf time. And they're racing. Number 5, Mach 2 came out of the gate fastest of all and immediately puts 1.5 on the field. Mach 2 wins the run to the wire for the first time. After that, Out of the Dark emerges into the light and is rolling up to the outside of the speed. After that, 1.5 back to Got Ghosted, a bit wide around the turn, 3 out of it. Caught Off Guard, looks to win 3 in a row, cruising up on the inside to take third. Then we come back about a length and a half to What's Your Objective? That's the 2-7 out of it. Pace slow, pace very, very fair. Outside of that one, we have Gabriel's Legend beginning to advance. Now the pace picks up. Field gets a little more strung out, and they have 4.5 to go. The one in last is Cat Trick. Up the barn side they go, heading into the far turn. Race 7, CBY. Mach 2 in the turf debut seems to be liking it at 10-1. That one is racing to the inside of Out of the Dark. Now Out of the Dark is nearly on level terms with Mach 2, and those two cut together. After that, Got Ghosted, rider as the orange helmet cover, being shoved on but advancing. Behind them, Caught Off Guard, Sequestered. About to be joined by Gabriel's Legend and What's Your Objective, running on from 8 out of it. And here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Out of the Dark finds the light. Battling back is Mach 2. Inside is Caught Off Guard. On the far outside, What's Your Objective, finishing fast. It is Mach 2. Mach 2 in a photo. Photo finish. It's a tight photo. Hold them all. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 5. Mach 2 at 10-1. Favorite second. Out of the Dark third. Gabriel's Legend fourth. 5634 is unofficial. The 7th race is official. Exacta $28 for a buck. Trifecta $53.30. The 10-cent superfecta $47.26. Double from race 6 $531.40. Ooh. The pick 3 paid $4,411 on races 5, 6, and 7. On to the 8th, the Saturday penultimate. No scratches, no rider changes. The next race about 19 minutes from now. Now entering the winner's circle, the victorious Mach 2 and Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, Barry and Joni Butzo, and the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. Mach 2 is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Air Force Blue out of Yankee Sweetheart. Bred in Minnesota by Almar Farm. Race number 7 is turf time, and they're racing. Number 5, Mach 2 came out of the gate fastest of all and immediately puts 1.5 on the field. Mach 2 wins the run to the wire for the first time. After that, Out of the Dark emerges into the light and is rolling up to the outside of the speed. After that, 1.5 back to Got Ghosted, a bit wide around the turn, 3 out of it. Caught off guard, looks to win 3 in a row, cruising up on the inside to take third. Then we come back about a length and a half to What's Your Objective? That's the 2-7 out of it. Pace slow, pace very, very fair. Outside of that one, we have Gabriel's Legend beginning to advance. Now the pace picks up. Field gets a little more strung out, and they have 4.5 to go. The one in last is Cat Trick. Up the barn side they go, heading into the far turn. Race 7 CBY. Mach 2 in the turf debut seems to be liking it at 10-1. That one is racing to the inside of Out of the Dark. Now Out of the Dark is nearly on level terms with Mach 2, and those two cut together. After that, Got Ghosted. Rider as the orange helmet cover, being shoved on but advancing. Behind them, Caught Off Guard, Sequestered. About to be joined by Gabriel's Legend and What's Your Objective, running on from 8 out of it. And here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Out of the Dark finds the light. Battling back is Mach 2. Inside is Caught Off Guard. On the far outside, What's Your Objective, finishing fast. It is Mach 2. Mach 2 in a photo.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you to take you through the final two from our beautiful studio in the press box. And, well, Ange, back-to-back double-digit horses. Dare we say another carryover?
It's been that kind of night. We have had bombs away, and they've been fairly logical. I mean, for the most part, Mach 2 made plenty of sense on the front end. This outfit has put out horses that have shown speed going short and can stretch it going long, and Mach 2 is just another one of that variety. Now we've got a full field for race number 8. We've got 8 in the gate. They go a mile. These are optional claimers. Some have dipped their toes into this company before, these waters, I guess you would say. And I guess that would account for the board, too, because a lot of them have had success at varying points. You have a very lukewarm 5-2 favorite in Central Park, but Secret Potion, too, is inside. Did win 2 starts ago against allowance types, and then last time came up less than a length short of Ricky Bobby, who's had a great meet thus far at Canterbury.
Yeah, Ember shipped down to Prairie Meadows and didn't fire, but this horse is sharp right now. Draws the inside. I would expect Fuentes is going to show some speed. And to me, the opening furlong is going to be critical for both the 1 and the 2. They're going to have to separate themselves. If they go eyeball to eyeball, they're going to run themselves into the ground. And we both believe Central Park can be rated. And I think will need to be rated if this horse is going to be successful in this heat.
I just wouldn't be surprised at all if Il Capitano goes out there and Central Park just waits for him to maybe tire out. If he can push him along enough, and I think that Secret Potion and Il Capitano both would wish for a slower pace than they're going to see in here. He should set a very good trip. I thought he would be in third, like you mentioned. Maybe if he's kind to be restrained. I mean, coming out of sprints, he might be a little bit sharp. But Brian Pena has been aboard him 2 times in a row, won on him last time at this very level. And at his best, he was a very good miler. I think that he's back to that kind of form now, so we both like him in here. Hey, now we'll be closing in just to his outside. This is another one that's stretching out from sprints, but with different tactics recently than Central Park.
Yeah, I think if you go back to when this horse last went a decent distance, it was in August of last year, a 7-furlong race at Arapahoe. And this horse ran a 75 by her speed figure. That's a career best. So the extra ground will not be a problem. Like the 2, should set a good trip off the bookenders here. Not without a chance to hit the board at a big number. Our tip sheet guy loves the 4, Slim, Slow, Slider. Now, he was going to watch All-Star Wrestling with Robbie Rosenhaus. That's his own fault. But he put some money on this horse before he left. And I think this 4-horse fits.
I think that he fits too, and he's been knocking at the door recently, both here and down at Gulfstream Park too. But keep in mind that those 1-mile races down there are 1-turn miles. When this horse did go 2 turns, it didn't go quite as well, but that was also a stakes race for Florida and California breds. Slim Slow Slider, since that time, has gone a much different route of racing. He's been a fawner. He won the Dowd Mile, but when he came back up here, very mixed results, but Slim Slow Slider is also first off the claim. The Bethke Barn is 2 for 29 over the last 5 years picking up horses. Might need a starter shoe to get to know him a little bit better, but he is taking money at 7-2. He was just the co-favorite with Central Park.
Yeah, never throw out a Pete Madsen horse. That's in the top 10 rules of Canterbury Park, and that fits for Roses by Liam. Ran a sneaky good 4th last time. Should set a trip off the pace. Roman, the pilot, he's crafty as crafty gets, so keep an eye on that one for your tries and supers. And we both have thought Quality Rags has some real upside. Lightly raced horse for Valerie Lund. I'm not certain this is the spot, but we like the horse.
Yeah, and I think that he's one kind of like a few that we've had in the last few days. It's hard to find a spot for him after he's fit in a couple of wins in a short period of time. From February to July, he's won twice. They're 1 for 35 in this barn, trying horses 2 turns for the first time. Kind of like Slim Slow Slider. It might give them a start or 2 to get acclimated to what they're being asked to do today. But he, Crocodile Hunter, and El Capitano all probably want to show speed in this spot. And Crocodile Hunter is coming in a race off the slop. Getting back to a fast main trap may help him a lot.
Yeah, it might help. I just don't know if the race flow, to your point, is going to be a good one. 2 of his 3 career wins here at Canterbury. Il Capitano's the X factor. If they gun this horse out for Veronica Litvin and this horse gets loose, this horse is dangerous. I'll have to see it to believe it. G-Rod's been good. We'll see if he can get it done. The horses have reached nearly the front of the track, which means it's time for us to throw it to the outstanding man downstairs we call Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post.
It is now race time. Into the gate for the penultimate, race 8, 1 out. Last in, Crocodile Hunter. And they're racing in the Ish Heiss Stacy Boyer Classic. Central Park pops out of the gate at 3-2, and Central Park displaying that nice early speed immediately grabs the lead. Hey Now's right alongside, and outside of that is Crocodile Hunter. Il Capitano revs up about 3 out of it, looking to win 2 in a row, and this early pace is very fast. 3 of them are making it, and Hey Now picks it up. Hey Now takes the lead from Central Park and is about to be joined potentially by Crocodile Hunter. After that, Slim Slow Slider. Slim Slow Slider's about 8 out of it, edging in. Then it's Secret Potion, third last. Then it's far, far back to Roses by Liam and Quality Rags. Into the far turn they go with 4 furlongs to travel. Hey Now pulls Kelsey to the lead at 15-1. On an upset-laden Saturday night, Hey Now at 15-1 means business. After that, Crocodile Hunter, Central Park back in third, 2.5 behind. Hey Now. Then we come to Slim Slow Slider. Secret Potion's making a fast move to the outside. Secret Potion on the move, far outside, white blinkers, and they're coming home now. Secret Potion from third last right up to the lead. Secret Potion, Hey Now, and then behind that, a tired Central Park, far outside, Roses by Liam. Inside the final 150, number 1 is number 1 in race 8. It's Secret Potion, who is gone. 153, race 8. Number 1, Secret Potion, ran first. 1-5-3-4, and we had a claim. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, number 2, Central Park, was claimed for $20,000. Winning a two-way shake for number 2, Central Park, trainer David Van Winkle, and the owners, CNR Racing. Central Park claimed $20K. D. Van Winkle, CNR. Now entering the winner's circle, Secret Potion, and Canterbury leading rider Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, David and Holly Wilson, and the winning trainer, Bart Hone. The most recent pick 3 paid $1,766. The 9th is our finale, and it is 18 minutes away. Scratch number 7, Wings from Above. And they're racing in the Ish Heiss Stacy Boyer Classic. Central Park pops out of the gate at 3-2, and Central Park displaying that nice early speed immediately grabs the lead. Hey Now's right alongside, and outside of that is Crocodile Hunter. Il Capitano revs up about 3 out of it, looking to win 2 in a row, and this early pace is very fast. 3 of them are making it, and Hey Now picks it up. Hey Now takes the lead from Central Park and is about to be joined potentially by Crocodile Hunter. After that, Slim Slow Slider. Slim Slow Slider's about 8 out of it, edging in. Then it's Secret Potion, third last. Then it's far, far back to Roses by Liam and Quality Rags. Into the far turn they go with 4 furlongs to travel. Hey Now pulls Kelsey to the lead at 15-1. On an upset-laden Saturday night, Hey Now at 15-1 means business. After that, Crocodile Hunter, Central Park back in third, 2.5 behind. Hey Now. Then we come to Slim Slow Slider. Secret Potion's making a fast move to the outside. Secret Potion on the move, far outside, white blinkers, and they're coming home now. Secret Potion from third last right up to the lead. Secret Potion, Hey Now, and then behind that, a tired Central Park, far outside, Roses by Liam. Inside the final 150, number 1 is number 1 in race 8. It's Secret Potion, who is gone. 153, race 8.
We're back in the press box with 11 minutes until the finale. Yes, there are some carryover possibilities both in the pick 4 and one of them in the pick 5. And we'll find out in 11 minutes if we have a double carryover in the works for Sunday. Now, this 9th race, we do have one scratch. Some speed is scratched on the outside. All of our scratches tonight were pace involved, and Wings from Above is one of those horses. So we're left with 6, a very lukewarm favorite in Hot as a Pistol, and she drops out of some $20,000 optional types, but you have horses coming from a lot of different races that convene in race number 9, and the way that things have gone tonight, it's very hard to predict the exact pace scenario because you do have some speedsters and look pretty balanced in the 9th, even with the scratch of the 7. So I have Free Brittany on top. You have Hot as a Pistol on top. Paul has Pacific Zip on top. And you can look at the board and see that the money is going equally in pretty much every direction. So if you're going to play the 9th, and you do have some options to play them vertically, I guess where do you begin in the 9th and how do you build some sort of play?
Well, I think you have to start with the pace of the race. There's only 6 horses, but you have to look at this race pragmatically and realize for a 6-horse field, the pace is kind of muddied up, right? With the 7 ball scratching, the 3 probably has the front to herself. And, for Free Brittany, she's hoping my 5, Hot as a Pistol, shows some of that patented early speed, and they go up there and hook up on the front end, and then the 2 can come get all that money. I don't know what to do with the 1, Chaparita. Off a nice win against significantly softer, but I love a move up in class, Ange.
Mm-hmm. Off a win, no less. And Chaparita has made a good account of herself in a lot of her dirt races. And that was her first dirt win, shockingly, at Canterbury. For as well as she's run in the past, and granted, she's done so in different spots, Chaparita still put it all together last time from off the pace, did so as the favorite, took some late money. That group that she beat is questionable, and Chaparita on that upgrade gets a little more distance to work with too, so that should help. And right now she is 5-1. Free Brittany was my top choice in here. Yeah, she hasn't shown the same speed that she did in the past, but she came closing in last time and put in a nice big effort on a class drop. That was a move from Prairie up here, down the class ladder. Alonso Quinones goes here instead of Hot as a Pistol, and the pace was very hot that day. I think Free Brittany will just naturally be closer to it. I don't think that they're going to go 22 flat for the first quarter. Maybe Fire and Spice will, but I couldn't see it. So maybe with a little less to make up in the lane, Free Brittany can make a better of account of herself. She is the carryover possibility in the pick 5, and right now she and Fire and Spice are both 7-2. Game plan pretty clear with the 3-horse, don't you think?
Yeah, Carmona's going to go, and he needs to go, and she might be the speed of the speed. She ran a big race last time. They went quick. 45 and 4 to the half, 58 and 3 for the 5 furlong split, and she just kept on going. Now, probably a little deeper waters here, same class level, but it just looks like a deeper field. She's going to have to get clear. I don't know that Hot as a Pistol is going to let her get clear. Morning line favorite was the 4, Pacific Zip. Paul Allen trying to close out by giving you the late double. He just scored at 5-1. Can Paul's horse do it again?
I think the Pacific Zip it would need more of a pace meltdown than I foresee happening, but she is cutting back in distance. She's going to the main track. It's just that she hasn't won over a dirt surface. She's won over a synthetic surface in California when she was sprinting and staying close to the pace. Now that she's been going longer, I wouldn't be surprised to see her fall further behind, even though she is looking for 2 wins in a row and she's staying at the same class level. Maybe it was just a matter of finding that class level as opposed to finding a turf race for her, and Pacific Zip is going to need some things to break her way, but that's not out of the question with horses like Hot as a Pistol in the gate, who does have speed some of the time, but maybe going 6 instead of 5 will help her stay closer and put some pressure on Fire and Spice.
I just think she's been facing better. That's why I took her. I think Birdie Be Gone would be favored in a group like this. I think she ran a good race against Birdie Be Gone. I didn't like the trip she got last time. I didn't like the 5 furlong bit. They went too quick, 21 and 4. She was in over her head last time. She sits a perfect trip, and if she's able to get around the 3, turn it for home, I think she wins. Sea levels on a class drop. Our Star Tribune handicapper Jay Litza has this one on top. Another one on the class drop.
She is on the class drop, and this one's just been outrun to the lead sometimes when she's up here. She likes to be closer, and you can see in her couple wins down at Remington Park last fall, she wasn't too far off the pace. Sea level will need her running shoes to keep up with Fire and Spice and Hot as a Pistol. May happen from the outside. Luis Fuentes is looking to go back-to-back as well, and 7-2 is the price on Sea level. In 6 minutes, we will find out who the final winner of our Saturday night card is. Race 9 is set to go to the track, and Lynn Dykert will put them on one more time with the beautiful bugle call.
Into the gate now. It is race time. And they're racing. Number 5, Hot as a Pistol, missed the start by a good 3. Wonderful beginning for Sea Level. And now Sea Level has given up that lead to Fire and Spice. It goes 3-6-1-4-5-2 as they go charging up the Canterbury Park barn side. Fire and Spice leads it, but it's a tenuous lead. Badgered by Sea Level to the outside, and Chaparrita comes sneaking through to the inside. After that, Pacific Zip looking to win 2 in a row, beginning to zip into it. Then we come back to Hot as a Pistol, and in last is Free Britney. 9 lengths out of it. They're coming to the top of the stretch, round about the quarter pole. Fire and Spice tugs them along. Still bugged by Sea Level. Chaparrita waiting for the light of day. Outside of that, Pacific Zip. Then we come to Hot as a Pistol. And after that is Free Britney. They're into the final furlong. And there goes Sea Level. Outside, Chaparrita's finishing with a flurry. Here comes Chaparrita. But battling back is Sea Level. Sea Level turned away Chaparrita and won. 6-1-5 in the lucky last. Number 6, Sea Level, first, 6-1-5-2. And Saturday is official. The pick 5 paid $7,741. Into the winner's circle, Sea Level, and 3 victories for jockey Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, Barry and Joni Butzo, and the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. Family Day tomorrow at 1 o'clock. If you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. And they're racing. Number 5, Hot as a Pistol, missed the start by a good 3. Wonderful beginning for Sea Level. And now Sea Level has given up that lead to Fire and Spice. It goes 3-6-1-4-5-2 as they go charging up the Canterbury Park barn side. Fire and Spice leads it, but it's a tenuous lead. Badgered by Sea Level to the outside, and Chaparrita comes sneaking through to the inside. After that, Pacific Zip looking to win 2 in a row, beginning to zip into it. Then we come back to Hot as a Pistol, and in last is Free Britney. 9 lengths out of it. They're coming to the top of the stretch, round about the quarter pole. Fire and Spice tugs them along. Still bugged by Sea Level. Chaparrita waiting for the light of day. Outside of that, Pacific Zip. Then we come to Hot as a Pistol, and after that is Free Britney. They're into the final furlong, and there goes Sea Level. Outside, Chaparrita's finishing with a flurry. Here comes Chaparrita, but battling back is Sea Level. Sea Level turned away Chaparrita and won. 6-1-5 in the lucky last.